to sell it to you at $1,100 and 11 quarter, 11 quarter, 11.75, 11.75.
We are so happy to be back and would like to thank all of our boosters and buyers who supported the youth in the 2020 auction. We hope to see you again this year at our live auction. Please make sure to get yourselves pre-registered by visiting bejlauction.com. There are many educational components of the Box Elder County Junior Livestock Program. This year, USU Extension Box Elder County and the County FFA programs hosted over 30 educational clinics for participating youth to learn about subjects such as livestock nutrition and disease prevention. Another major educational component of this program is the carcass contest, where youth learn real market principles by evaluating their carcasses through ultrasound. This year's carcass contest is generously sponsored by Chris and Nancy Sorensen and /M Ranch.
Test 1, 2.
Welcome to 2021 Hog Show for the Box Elder County Fair. We have Preston Lawrence as our judge. This year he's from Pottsboro, Texas. He is currently the livestock coach for West Texas A&M. We appreciate him coming. Could you give him a round of applause, please? Could you also give a round of applause to all the great board people and people that are helping with the pigs? They help us every year, and we appreciate so much their efforts. And then also the ladies at the table here. We're having Chloe Stokes and Garrett Smith, who are ambassadors this year for the hogs. They're going to give out the ribbons as Preston decides which one they're doing. And we also have Heather Stocking helping us as well. We appreciate you here. Hope you have a good time. And we have 15 different classes. We have 3 divisions, so after 5 classes we'll have a Grand and Reserve chosen out of the star choices of that division, and then at the end we'll bring the Grand and Reserve back from the 3 different divisions and get the overall Grand and Reserve. The participants for the first class are Rylan Hyder, Madeline Jensen, Mariana Kimber, Ammon Nelson, Caitlin Ray, Maddie Thurgood, Jaron Ward, Benton Ravston Nye, Easton Thompson, Caleb Jensen, Kyla Elison, McKay Lee, Addison Morgan, Tazan Neal. Again, we appreciate you here. We hope you have a good time. Let us know if there's anything we could do to make it better, and we'll go on with the show.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to get out here. What a cool morning. We don't have these in Texas. If it's 80 degrees in the morning, it's a successful day for us. So we're going to get started. We're going to kind of move at a pretty abrupt pace. I'll kind of tell you what we're going to do so everyone can kind of be on the same page. We'll put 5 in a pin. We'll redrive those top 5. We'll place them 1 through 5th. 6 through 10, we'll leave them in the pins. These kiddos that are still out here, let's give them a nice round of applause as they head back. We'll redrive the top 5 here in a second. before we get out here in our first class in our market hog show. I think it's tough. It's a little interesting to put together. We're all kind of learning a system here, and we're going to try to execute it appropriately as we get going. I think 3 nice hogs that come to the top in this particular class is there one that reaches out and says, hey, this is the one, let's use him and let's rock and roll. This is what we're supposed to be built like. I don't know. I want to take some totals, things of each of these hogs and combine them, and I think we can make a nice one. Young man with the brush in his hands, his gilt's the one I can come back to, and I can agree on in my head that that's the closest one to where we need to be. That one's strong, faster, and that one's got a nice look from the side. Study that one as he opens out of the backside of his blade. That's a fresh, shapely one that's grooved up. When you watch that one go right away, he wants to set his hock and nickel outside the framework of his body ever so slightly, but I think he's got the most muscle out here. I think he's the widest, or she's the widest. When you study her down low, yeah, I want to just lengthen her hip out and pick her up in a tail set, but for me, I can lean towards the more muscled one, and no, I can start with that one. The one in second is probably just more my speed. When you just look at him and watch him from the side, that one's taller at the point of his shoulder. That one's more extended ahead of his blades. I actually like his hip and hind leg. He can plant and push with the best of them. For me, you catch this shot right here. He's too flat. The way his full rib shape comes into him, he's a nickel planer, and just his shape behind, when he goes right away from you, there's not enough horsepower and manliness in the way his pin bones are built. I got to see him tie his muscles in the deeper into the seam of his hand. The 1 and 3, the young lady does a really nice job with a moderate, productive, sound, pliable show bearer. For me, that one becomes too chuffy the way his cheekbones laid into him. That one's too chuffy in his rib cage. I got to take some belly out of him and make him more athletic in his running gear. He just becomes a nickel planer in his shape right behind his blade. The blue butt bear in 4, young man, if you want to come on out. I think this one, when we watch this one go from the side, we like some things about him. That thing can reach and go out of his front end. He's really extended up front. That one's got a real good shape up high. For me, he's a little shallower. He's a little drier body today. I didn't know if we were fighting some weight. I want to see that one just carry his hip and hind leg just a little bit better, make him fresher back there in his rear rib and flank. I think that'd give him a nicer look. The 1 and 5 comes out. That's a tall fronted, high cut ability, extremely shapely type of animal. Same can be said about the blue one that went ahead of him. This one needs to be more opened up down there at the base of his chest. He needs to be more opened up in his center cavity. That one needs to be fresher in terms of his body. And I got to yank him open out of the backside of his blade to give him more power. The 1 and 6, pliable, productive, needs more muscle. The 1 and 7 is really sound and comfortable. On down the line, I thought we had some nice hogs. Maybe we're just fighting some muscle. We need a little bit more shape, or we need to be a notch better built. A terrific first class as we get started in our market hog show. Let's give them a nice round of applause as they head on back to the barns.
The second class of Division 1, the participants are Wiley Bourne, Oakley Kerrigan, Brazen Cook, Cassie Hatch, Owen Lemons, Cutter Murray, Kaylee Neville, Tony Standard, Celeste Young, Quinley Batten, Nora Lund, Kyler Cook, Jarrett Gibbs, Reese Hatch. Weight range is 239 to 242.
go. A good way to class 2 comes in, and I think for a second or two we're thinking, hey, we got to find one, we're gonna have to set some things aside. And then the young lady's black bear comes through the gate. I can see him with his snout up. I can see that thing when he comes through the gate. I like that one a great deal. When he comes right at you, he's got a big stout mug on him. He's big and opened up to the center portion of his chest. That thing's blade is busted open. His body's fresh and bold. When you get him, work him right there from the side. I needed him to catch another gear out of his hip and hind leg. He tries to, but his hip's just a little bit short. He's a little wound up, but right there, that one's got some neat pieces in terms of denseness and stoutness, and the young lady has done an exceptionally job with that thing's skin and hair. I like that one pretty good. He wins pretty quickly in my eyes. Young man, I like your hog. When this thing comes through the gate, I thought we got a class winner as well. I like this one in terms of just his basic build. That one's got a great blade set in him. That one's got a fresh, just real good shape right behind his blade. You work him down to the seam of his pants and out of his pin set. That one's big and shapely. For me, I got to see that guy fresher in terms of his skin and hair. I'd like to see that guy maybe kick him outside every now and then. Let's get him tanned up a little bit. I think a darker color on that one will look pretty good. I got to see him reach and flex out of his hip and hind leg just a little bit more. He's a little tight the way his pastern goes to the ground. Blue one's in 3. This one comes through, and of that initial pull, I thought this one had the most muscle until the 2 that came in later. I like this one in terms of his shape up high. He's really expressive when you get right, or she's really expressive, excuse me, when you get right here. At the same time, when you get right there, that one flattens to the top part of her rib. That one just gets a little narrower in terms of her pin set, in terms of just true skeletal width. I think there's a lot of shape and expression in that one. I question that one's true, just genuine skeletal width and rib shape. When you compare him, I got to just freshen the top side of his neck up ever so slightly, give that thing just a little more show bearer look from the side. The 1 in 4's got the show bearer look. We got to make cases and think about one that just hits you hard in terms of a balance and structure and just length of spine and levelness and just comfort out here. That young lady's gilt can go all day, plant and push real well. For me, when that one drives right away from you, he goes forth and he goes there quickly. That one's the flattest of the top 4 in terms of the shape of his rib. He closes the most to his pin set. That one just needs to be opened up throughout, but a nice gilt in terms of build and balance. The 1 in 5, I like this one. Maybe I'll tell you right now, that one's a little quicker in his maturity pattern than I normally lean to. I mean, that one's just a little goofy the way his hind leg goes to the surface, but in this particular class, he needs to go 5th, or that young lady's gilt needs to go 5th, because that one's just got more skeletal width, got more shape, and got more pin width. When you compare him on down the line, he's probably heavier muscled than the 1 in 4. He's probably got more skeletal width than the 1 in 3, but for me, I got to tweak his hind leg to work him up any higher. He's in 5 for me. Young man's one white, 1 in 6. That's a tall fronted, shapely, high cut ability one. Too tight off both ends of his skeleton today for me. On down the line, I think we got some nice pigs. We're fighting some maturity and some plainness of shape issues down there on the far end. We got to make them things sounder and just have a little more presence when they get out here. Let's give these kiddos around ringside a nice round of applause as they head back.
This is the Division One still, Class 3. The weight range is 242 to 246. The participants are Brenna Holmes, Case Holmes, Jarrett Rhodes, Hayes Heiner, Brett Harris, Quentin Millsap, Isabel Stacy, Finley Bailey, Isabel Gibbs, Nicholas Summers, Chloe Woodward, Shanna Archuleta, Sophia Jensen, Grady Judd. We had a mix-up on one of the names. Instead of Sophia Jensen, it's Madeline Jensen.
what kind of a fun class to put together, because we got some depth of quality all the way through. I think the bearer that the gilt, that leads off this particular class, I think she needs a different head, but from there back, we like things about that one a great deal. That one's very square at the base of her chest. That one's pretty opened up in her chest. I love how much back shapes they got working in that girl. She's really dense in terms of just her feature. That one just gets out and goes relatively well. We're getting nitpicky like we talked about. That one's got a head only a mother could love. That one wants to wrinkle right there in her loin just a little bit. We got to freshen that one's skin up just a little bit, young lady, but I like that one part for part. The one in second, I like this one's just structure out here. I think that one just plants and goes really well out of her hip and hind leg. She too has a head that we got to redesign. That ear set just sets just a little bit low for me. That takes away from that one's look. I think that one's extended. I think that one's balanced. I think that one's sound. Really good shape up high. Down low, we got to just tweak that thing's lower body. We got to yank it open. We got to yank that one's pin bone open. Just give that one a little bit more mass. Fix him at the crest of his neck. A nice one to be in 2. Young man, your bearer in 3 is probably the densest one of the top trio in terms of the stoutness to his mug, the bigness to his forearm, and just how much rib shape we got. I like those things about you, young man, but that one just gets a little just pitched forward in the way his blade's built. That one just gets a little cresty the top side of his neck. He gets a nickel planer in his shape right behind his blade, and and when you study him from behind, gets a little shorter out of his hip as well. Nice top trio. Lots of fun to work through that group. The 1 in 4. The 1 in 4 is the different one. I think this is the absolute tallest fronted one that we got out here. That's the most extended one ahead of his blade. I think that one's just so comfortable out here. With that being said, I think that one becomes just a little bit base narrow when he's driving right at you. You read him about the stoutness to his skull. He's a little bit frailer in terms of his forearm and his skull and his hind leg. I got to power him up and open him up to move him on up. He's in 4 for me. The 1 in 5 is just a nice basic market hog. He's big bodied, he's massive muscled, he's sound. When you compare him to the rest of them, is there the extras we're after? No, he's in 5th. He gets a little tighter about his center spine. We got to freshen his skin and hair up, just clean him up just a little bit. But I think that one's a nice productive market hog there in 5. The 1 in 6, I told the young man, big, massive, wide one. We got to tweak his hind leg. He sets his hind leg too far outside his framework of his body. I got to pull it back in and stouten it up just a little bit. On down the line, I thought we had some nice pigs that have some shape and some cutability. We either need to tweak their rear joints or make them fresher and deeper in terms of their center portion of their body today. A nice class. My compliments to the kiddos all the way through. Thought they did a nice job. Let's give them a round of applause.
This is class 4. Weight range is 246 to 252. The participants are Sage Murray, Elizabeth Stacy, Corbin Williams, Hazen Jones, Bridger Ward, Kennedy Clausen, Whit Maxfield, Bodie Morris, Cash Smith, Ashton Jones, Sadie Archuleta, Talon Chapel, Ryland Peck, Lincoln Thurgood.
good class as we start picking up in weight in our Division One. I think we're getting closer to fighting weights. We're getting some stoutness and some maturity. Young man in the tie, I think that one needs to win, in my opinion, from his blade back. I'll be the first to tell you that thing's head is not near stout enough. His ear set's a little goofy for me, but I think this one is shoulder back. You start studying fundamentals. I think that one's got the most good to him. I think he's right back the most correct in that one's blade. That's a bold, fresh-bodied one. That's maybe he's the soundest, most comfortable out here. You get him right from behind. I think that one's got plenty to the seam of his ham. I think that one's pretty big in terms of his back. I got to freshen him up in his crest. And like we talked about in showmanship the other night, buddy, you got to get off that one's head and let that one go. He's got to go. He doesn't go when you're beating on his head. The one in second, I like that one's just moderation. That's a short-bodied, boxy, bold one that I think if we just get this one to act better just a little bit, that one pushes the class winner. That one's fundamentally pretty darn good. That one's big-chested. That one's burly-bodied and big pin. For me, that one's a little flat-footed. That one just doesn't motor at the same speed when you get right behind him. He wants to push his hog to the outside of his framework ever so slightly, but a nice gilt right there. The one in three is probably the densest. He's the densest about his skull and his feature and his forearm. That is a ginormous rib cage working in that guy. For me, he's probably the heaviest muscled one pound for pound. You got to step right over here where these people are and watch this thing go right away from you. He wants to tuck and duck his pin bone. He wants to push his right hog outside the framework of his body. I don't know if he's fighting an injury, but he just doesn't want to get up and go right out of his right leg. I got to see that one just catch another gear to keep up. He's in third for me. The one in four takes two or three steps in the ring. I like that one's mug. I like that one's stoutness. I like that one's shape. He's got right on the backside of her blade. For me, that one becomes a little longer bodied. That one doesn't piece together right in terms of her top line. And I like to see her just a notch more relaxed and just more comfortable out here and take the ring with just a little more agility and athleticism. The one in four comes out, or the one in five, excuse me. I think this one's got a nice look. I commend the young man. This one's dialed in terms of her freshness to her skin and hair. She's got a really good shape. For me, I got to rock her back the way her blade set into her body. I got to free her up in her hind leg travel and just clean her up in those rear joint works at the same time. We need to make her fresher about her body shape out here, but a nice one in terms of skin and hair and showmanship, and has the look to be in five. The one in six is probably heavier muscled. She's also just gets a little tighter. Kind of the same story of in 5 and 6 right there. Thought the one in 5 had a little more presence. On down the line, we got some big muscled ones. We're also fighting some hind leg issues. We're either pushing it or we're pulling it or we're kind of wobbling and laboring out here. Got to dial those back in terms of muscle and free them up in their movement. But a nice class. My compliments to the exhibitors on a job well done.
Class 5, which is the last one of Division 1. The weight range is 253 to 255. The participants are Travin Boone, Wyatt Peck, Reese Branch, Briggs Jensen, Abigail Gulander, Briley Nelson, Jason Stevens, Sawyer Thurgood, Tucker Boone, Jaylee Chappell, Teek Christensen, Cameron Ray, Thomas Summers, Courtney Wilkinson. Just a plug for the Sheriff's Posse. They're having their breakfast Thursday, Friday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 over in the Posse building. They're having their breakfast. So if you want to support Sheriff's Posse, make sure you go over there and have a good breakfast.
Well, I apologize for taking so long. I think the top two in this particular class, they take some time to sort through them, and you started going and weighing totals in your head because pretty obvious. They're completely different in the way they're put together. I'll tell you the differences I see. If you want to argue about it, that's good. I think there is lots of discussions about here about this top two. For me, I thought the belted bear that the young man's got, I think that one's just a dense, burly, boxy one that still motors pretty good out of his front end. I'll be the first to tell you that dude's got to be leaned up. Like, he's real chuffy about his cheek. He's real just cresty about the top side of his neck. I got to see that guy's maturity pattern just kind of get up and grow and allow him to go. And boy, is he just really on the outside of his skeleton going away. He still keeps it fairly square, and he keeps it inning the longer we go. But man, it's pushing the envelope just a little bit. But that one's rib cage is boxy, bold. His pin bones are wide. That's a massive one. We talked fix those things. We got a really nice one. For me, I just think he's just the most complete out here. The one in second, I love him from his midrib forward. Guys, if I could just convince myself in my head that one's hind leg, it has enough length to it, and that one has enough just depth of body and rib shape out here, we're going to start that one, and we're not even going to think about it. I just couldn't get over the fact that one becomes a little drier and staler to the center portion of his rib cage. That one becomes a little shorter out of his hip. But you talk about one that's picked up off the ground and late maturing, athletic with an awesome ear set and a great skull shape. I like that young lady's one a great deal. The one in three is probably heavier muscle than the one in two, or that's okay. I like the one in two's build. We got to dial this one back, and the way his blade's built, we got to tweak him out of his hip and hind leg. He gets a little short. I don't know if we're fighting an injury or something, but he doesn't want to just get out and go out of his right hind leg or her right hind leg. I got to just see that one crisper in her shape, fix her in terms of her structure. Young man does a nice job in three. The one in four, fighting the young man a little hard. I commend the young man for his effort. We got a real shapely, high cut ability type of market hog there that's really expressive up high. For me, that one just gets too tight off both ends of her skeleton. She doesn't want to reach out of her front end. It's the same story out of her rear wheels. She just kind of paddles them just a little bit. We got to see that one catch another gear and get up and roll with the top three. For me, she's in four. The one in five is so opened up, when so wide and so bulky about the center portion of his body. That one is ginormous pin. For me, he's too chuffy about his neck, too cresty about the top side of his neck, gets too round the way his hip design, wants to tuck his hind leg up underneath him when he gets in motion. He creeps his center spine up, but massive and bold. Describe the one in five. The one in six, I think the young ladies do a really nice job presenting their hog. That one's dialed in his skin and hair and his presentation. A good structured type of animal. The decision for me was between 4 and 5, 4, 5, and 6. I thought the one in 6 is probably the better looking one of that trio, but that also became the lighter muscled one of that trio. Nice job. Commend those young ladies. The black bear in 7 is real tall and real shapely, really cool looking from the side. There's not enough horsepower down low, not enough skeletal width. He becomes a little base narrow when he drives right at you. He's a little frailer in his hind leg, wants to narrow back to his pin set. On down the line, I thought we had some nice hogs that's got some shape. We got to tweak their structure and tweak their balance, make a little more athletic in the way they're put together. My compliments on a job well done in Class 5. We'll get you a division champion here in a second, but let's give these kids a nice round of applause.
Those coming back for the division champion are Jaron Ward, Addison Morgan, Wiley Bourne, Brazen Cook, Chloe Woodward, Nicholas Summers, Whit Maxfield, Talon Chappelle, Jason Stevens, Abigail Julander. There's a vehicle that's parked to the north of the building with license plate 852 USV that's blocking somebody from getting out. Could you please go move that vehicle?
Well, we got started this morning, and it was kind of a growing pain for all of us in Class 1 and Class 2, but we're catching a rhythm now, so I won't bore you. You'll find out by the end of the day we're going to move pretty quickly. We like to get in a rhythm, and we like to go. For me, there's two pigs out here that suit me pretty well. They'll be champion and reserve in this particular division. The differences I see is one's denser, one's wider, one's stouter, one's bulkier in the center portion of his body. He's dialed in, and I think the young lady does a really nice job. Congratulate that young lady right there. She's got your champion Division 1. We dropped the second in that particular class. I like that one a great deal. Like we talked about, that one motors really well. I like that one's front end design and just structure out here. For me, there was another one that hit me pretty hard. He's built at a different speed from the side. That one's tall fronted and shapely and good looking. Congratulate this young lady right here. She'll be your reserve in this particular division. We'll grab the microphone one more time in Division 1 and kind of pick a third overall, if you will. I think it comes down to a pair of them, but I think one of them just is a little denser. He's just a little wider. He's a little bulkier in the way he's built through the center portion of his body. And then there's kind of a tricky, cool-looking one, if you will, that's a little different in terms of his look and his build. I like to tweak that one and make him just a notch stouter. For me, I think the third best one is this young man right here. Let's congratulate him on a job well done.
Okay, your grand champion for Division 1 is Wiley Bourne. The reserve champion is Chloe Woodward. We're going to take a break for a second and water down the arena so we don't get dusted out.
A little over 10,000 years ago, mankind first domesticated cattle. At this exact same time, cattle domesticated us. They give us their milk, their meat, their hides. We give them sustenance and care. And while they may live in pens and fields, Farmers and ranchers are just as tied to the land. Our two species have worked together and taken care of each other for centuries. Our relationship is ancient and deep. The bond between us is not a yoke, it's a commitment. A 10,000-year-old promise to provide for our cattle as they provide for us. Zoetis is born of that bond. We are today's advanced answer to that ancient pact. Every minute of every hour, in countless ways, we help make the bond stronger, healthier, more robust. We help make it unbreakable. We are humankind for cattle kind. We are born of the bond.
Lincoln Financial specializes in estate, investment, and retirement planning, as well as business benefits. At Lincoln, they are totally impartial, comb through different options to create financial products that a person needs. Lincoln Financial, big city service, small town care.
Whether you are purchasing a car, buying a home, managing an investment property, starting a small business, or leaving behind a legacy, American Family Insurance will help you protect your dream. Golden Spike Power Sports has served Box Elder County since 1947 in ag and power sports. Golden Spike carries Polaris and Honda brands, but services all brands. They strive to maintain high-quality customer service in all departments. Stop by today. Roach Ranches supports the people that support them and the fantastic youth of the Valley. Thank you for over 60 years in business, quality seed stocking, gravel, and hunting.
Hi, I'm Rhett Nielsen with Western Ag Credit in Tremont. When it comes to farming and ranching, it makes sense to work with a lender that understands financing and agriculture. Western Ag Credit specializes in agriculture and offers competitive rates with loans tailored to meet your business needs. Real estate, livestock, equipment, and operating loans are available. Conveniently located on Main Street in Tremont. Stop by today or give us a call, 435-257-0179. Western Ag Credit is your partner in agriculture.
right, here we are. Let's sell it to you at $1,100 bid, 11 1/4, 11 1/4, 11 hand 75, 11 75.
We are so happy to be back and would like to thank all of our boosters and buyers who supported the youth in the 2020 auction. We hope to see you again this year at our live auction. Please make sure to get yourselves pre-registered by visiting bejlauction.com.
Ann Bree Hampson, Maggie Kent, Bryson Marble, Parker Dixon, Reed Henry, Wyatt Hunsaker, Shaylee Nelson, Cameron Smoot. Again, we appreciate all of you here. We hope you're having a good time watching our show.
a good class as we come back from division. I think a bearer that needs to win, and he needs to win quick, in my opinion. That's a really opened up one. That's big in terms of his forearm and stout in his skull. That one's got a great shape right behind his blade. He's kind of slow and steady out here. He doesn't really just get out and go and just travel, just with reach and go. But I think that one skeleton reached just fine. He's massive, he's bold, he's got a decent look from the side. We're getting nitpicky on him. Let's pick him up on his front feet. Let's allow him just to catch another gear. We shorten his back just a little bit. I think that helps his balance. A nice one the young lady's got to lead off. The decision becomes between 2 and 3 in this particular class. You watch them go right away from you and study true, just genuine shape, true, genuine pin width. Young man Scalico takes it in my book. That one's got a really creased up back in him. I love just the shape behind his blade. You get right here and study him through his stifle, study him through the seam of his ham. That's a lot of horsepower he's got there. With the big horsepower, we got some big problems the way he's constructed, the way his hind leg is. That one's too straight in his hock. He gets a little rigid and tight in his pastern. He's got to be bigger and some more substance down low to support his mass up high. Nothing against the young lady in third. I love this one's structure. He comes in, that thing just motors. He just boom, boom, here we go. I'm just strolling around and here we go. We study that. He ought to be able to do that because I think that one reads just a little frailer in terms of his skull. He was wanting to creep in his chine bone just a little bit. He's plainer right here and down here. We got to make that guy just more expressive in his shape. Young lady's right there is actually in 4, but she's in pin 5. That young lady's that young lady's hog just moves really well. Like that one's structure, like that one's shape. For me, there's not enough just chest width down low, stoutness to that one's head and forearm and hind leg to work up. Young man does a great job showing a long body, just good one there in 5. I got to tweak that one's head and skull and crest, shorten his back, level his hip, just allow him to just travel just a notch more attractiveness, open him up down low and just spread his pin bones apart. The 1 and 6, when this one hits the gate, I guess I made a boo-boo. I should have pulled this one. The longer he goes, well, the more he wants to push his right hock outside of his framework of his body. He's heavier muscle than 4, 5, and probably 3, but his structure limited him out here. He bangs his leg up as we get going. He's in 6 for me. On down the line, I thought we had some nice pigs that have some maturity, have some length of body and some look and balance. They just need more muscle and more shape up high or a little more crease in terms of their back shape. A good class all the way through. Let's give these kiddos a nice round of applause as they head back.
There are many educational components of the Box Elder County Junior Livestock Program. This year, USU Extension Box Elder County and the County FFA programs hosted over 30 educational clinics for participating youth to learn about subjects such as livestock nutrition and disease prevention. Another major educational component of this program is the carcass contest, where youth learn real market principles by evaluating their carcasses through ultrasound. This year's carcass contest is generously sponsored by Chris and Nancy Sorensen and /M Ranch.
Zachary Kent, McCall Cook, Asher Evans, Caleb Hill, Adeline Kent, Sean Rampton, Oakley Ward, Jarrett Giles, Kevin Hershey.
a tough class all the way through to kind of put together. You can lay your priorities 6 ways and come up with a different placing 4 through about 10. And I wouldn't argue with you. I think I'm going to argue a little bit about the one that wins. I think that one needs to win this particular class. Is he the best one we've seen all day? I think in some parts he's pretty dang good. First off, I'd like to just freshen him up at the top side of his neck, lay his chine bone deeper into this bigger blade set. But I think after that, he's the freshest bodied, leanest composition one that still has a nice look and a balanced look from the side. Hip and hind legs, not the biggest one, but I think it still flexes and pushes relatively well. Young man does a nice job with the show stick as well. The one in second, that one's dense and burly from his blade to his about his tail. He's wide and just powerful. For me, he's too flat on his front feet. He's a little mature about his head shape out here. He's just a little chunky about his face and just his body today, but that one's massive and bold. I'd like to see him shapelier. I'd like to see him more athletic. I'd like to see him just a notch better in terms of his maturity pattern. The one in 3, I think this one's got the class leading advantage in terms of blade width, in terms of just freshness of shape up high. He's definitely got the most just natural dimension and shape when you get right behind him. For me, I just want to tweak his build ever so slightly. I got to rock his knee and his blade back in him. I got to lengthen his hip and allow him to flex his hock and pastern a little bit better. He gets a little tight, yeah, but I still think that thing's a little square and just stays more collected in his top line than some of them that are going to come. He easily is the class leader in terms of muscle. He lands in 3. The one in 4, I like this one's build. I like this one's just athleticism. When you kick him in high gear and put him in motion, I'll tell you right now, he's not the widest one I've ever seen. He's not the stoutest skulled one I've ever seen. He kind of looks like I just want to shorten his snout just a little bit, power him up throughout. I like that one's flexibility and just freshness of body to be in 4. The one in 5, it took me a while between 5, 6, and 7, I'll be honest, but I landed on this guy in 5 because I like this gilt's just look. I like this gilt's structure out here. She's laid back, more correct in the way she utilizes her blade and knee. She allows her to just flex her hock and just get up and go just a little bit better. If you want to tell me 6 and 7 are heavier muscled, I wouldn't argue with you. I just landed on this one's look and balance. The one coming next is probably heavier muscled. He's probably wider up top and probably more dimensional. For me, that one's a little shorter faced. That one's a little quicker in her maturity pattern. That one's just a little bit plainer muscled. The one in 7, the shapeliest of that trio, the most expressive. He too, I gotta roll his blade back onto his body. I gotta tweak his hind leg. I gotta make it bigger and square and more functional when it goes right away from you. A nice class, tough to put together on down the line like we talked about when we initially started. Little differences, but let's give them a nice round of applause. The youngsters are working really hard.
We're on Class 8. The weight range is 264 to 266. The participants are Hadley Kerrigan, Ike Larkin, Oakley Maxfield, Raylan Moeller, Austin Peck, Harry Smith, Brooklyn Wilkinson, Lincoln Davis, McKenna Ward, Emery Evans, Riker Kendrick, Adam Meekum, Maria Millsap, Waylon Ray, Chloe Stokes.
Well, this is why you get on an airplane and go judge stock shows. Right here, these 6 are pretty dang good. I think a logical way to go about it is we need to compliment all the exhibitors in this class on a job well done. Then I'll tell you the differences about their livestock, the way I see them. I think all of them are really good. I think we go about 6 or 7 deep. On down the line, guys, I'm sorry. Whoever turns your weight cards in, they put you in a real bad spot. I apologize for that. As a show judge, it's always fun when the crowd comes and you kind of get like a little butterflies. You know the big boys are coming. Here they come. It's ones that we're proud of. It's the ones we load in a trailer and we go to try to win stock shows. That's what this is all about. For me, there's one that's just built just a little different. He motors at a different speed. He can pick them up and set them down, and he can flat go. I love the squareness to his hip and hind leg. Is he burly bodied? Yes. Is he as dense and stout as maybe another one's out here? No. But I think he hits me pretty hard. Congratulate that young man. He's got the class winner in this particular class. Not to take anything away from the one in second, I didn't hold it against him that he just gave up on us today. I just think that one, I mean, if you talk about stoutness and you talk about ones that have show bearer, when that one puts his snout in that gate, he says, I'm supposed to be in the top 2. He says, I am here, and I am huge-chested, I am bold-bodied, I am big-backed, and I am the most powerful creature from behind out here. But when we lay all that horsepower onto his body, I don't even know if I can get, I don't know many people that can get around like that. He still gets around pretty good. He just gets a little tight out here. I want to tweak his rear joints just a little bit. We're losing our gland just a little bit, but I know if those guys had a couple more pounds, they'd freshen that one center up just a little bit, but they tried to just put him together the best they could. That young lady and her family does an awesome job. Let's congratulate her. There's some nitpicky things about that one. The one in 3, the blue one, comes out, blade back. He's a player too. That one's big and fresh to the center portion of his body. That one too has got a ton of horsepower. When you get right behind him, for me, he's too thick about his jowl. He's too cresty the way his neck flows into his blade. He's a little wide walking the longer he goes. When he goes right away from you, nitpicky things. Get a good one in 3rd. Congratulations to that young lady. The one in 4, I saw this one in showmanship. I knew he'd be in the hunt. That's a slick-jawed, cool-looking gilt from the side. I love that one's just length of top line and structure out here. For me, you start comparing him when he drives right, or when she drives right away from you, there's not enough turn to the upper part of that one's rib. There's not enough pin width to that one when you just compare him to big-time ones that go ahead of him. He's in the top 2, or she's in the top 2 in every other class. Today, she drives 4th for me. The one in 5 looks like the one in 2nd. That's a dense, bulky-centered, big, fresh-bodied one that motors really well for me. And I think the young lady does a really nice job. He kind of gets his head down just a little bit. He wants to disconnect right behind his shoulder, just get a little more general. The way he utilizes the hind leg, I'd like to see him fresh or picked up on his front pasterns. Think that'd give him some look and extension. Hats off to you, young lady. You do a nice job. The one in 6 is the different one. This one makes the pull because I think he's got quality built into his skeleton. That's a really extended one that's got big shape up high. Young man does an incredible job putting him together. Watch him right there. He can juke and spin with the best of them. For me, that one's got to be fresher to the center portion of his body. He just gets a little drier and stalier out here. I don't know if we're fighting some weight issues or he didn't want to eat this morning. We got to set that one down, freshen his center body up, and just allow him just to power up to run with above him. A nice class in 7. We got a tall-fronted, shapely one. Buddy, I'm real sorry. That one's in the top 5 every other class. Today, you drive 7th or me. Got to just get a little tighter in terms of the way his blade's built. Gets a little just disconnected in terms of his top line. Wrinkles up in his loin. On down the line, I thought we got some really nice ones. Just ran into a buzzsaw in those top 6. A tremendous class. Let's congratulate all the kiddos top to bottom. Awesome job there in that particular bus. back for the overall. Don't you agree that there should be a start here?
Okay, this is Class 9. Weight range is 267 to 268. The participants are Caleb Adams, Riker Fertig, Keegan Gibbs, Marjorie Grand, J.C. Larkin, Brooke Mizrazi, Cash Montgomery, Gideon Nelson, River Smith, Kinley Toon, Joe Webb, Heber Lund, Natalie Rampton, Keaton Smith, Strat Sorensen, Wyatt Stocking.
a nice duo right here, and I think they're both built very similar in the way they go about it in terms of their structure and just their balance and look. So that's a check mark. Let's move past that. Let's talk about skeletal width and true shape up high. Let's not question it. This one's wider down low. This one's shapelier right here out of the backside of her blade. She's more powerful when you get right behind her. They both move really well. Let's put the bells and whistles in terms of horsepower and dimension, and that young lady's gilt has it. Now her attitude, don't know what it is. Don't know if we don't like the ring, but we got to tweak that. Maybe freshen that one's neck up a little bit. True horsepower and shape says to use that one. Young lady's gilt, that comes in second. That one hits the ring. I'm like, hey, here we go. This is a motor one. This one's sound. This one's comfortable. This one's square built and really cool in terms of the way that one's built from the side. You just step right over here and watch that one just go right there. Their blades need to open just a notch wider. That one needs to have more spread up high and just pin width going away. Young lady, when you drive that one right at me, I just got to see that one more opened up, okay? That one's good structured, that one's good looking. I'm all about those things, but I need some punch when you get right behind them, okay? Nice gilt, you do a nice job. The young man in three's got all the punch you could ever want. That's a big rib, big pin, wide one. I'll tell you that right now. With that one's a little rocked forward in the way his blade and knee sit in him. That one's a little vertical, the way his hock's built, and when it goes to the ground, his pastern just got a nicer, needs to have just a little more comfortable set to it. Big shape, big wide one, needs a little bit more comfortable. My compliments to that young man. The decision comes between 4, 5, and 6, and I think it's extremely close. I went with comfort and skeletal build and just basic build of the blue one. Yeah, he's the plainest on his shape. He's the narrowest one of that trio. I like his build. I like his comfort. He's in 4. The 1 in 5 probably has the outright advantage in terms of mass and shape up high, stoutness to his skull. Watch those two go away. It's pretty obvious the white one's got more power. I think it's also pretty obvious the way that one's shoulder's built just a little bit rounder. I got to tweak his hind leg. I got to stouten it up. Guy's got a nice set to his hind leg. He just don't want to get out here and use it. I don't know if it's demeanor or structure. I got to blame it on structure today. I'm sorry, young man, you're in 5. The 1 in 6 comes out. This one's got a great deal of good to him. I wanted to put this one forth and just be okay with it the longer we go. I just real limited on the way that one's hip's designed. I think that one gets a little shorter out of his hip, plants his hock a little hard. He never wants to just say, hey, I got to get out and use this thing when he gets in motion. For me, I think that one's got more true shape than the ones that go ahead of him. I think he's as boxy and bold as any of them. I got to tweak that one's hind leg. Nice job, young lady. The ones that keep on coming down the line, I thought we had some nice ones. This one right here is good built, good looking, needs more muscle. That one's wide, bold, needs to be better looking. Durock's good looking and cool from the side. He needs more horsepower. Great class. Let's compliment the exhibitors on a job well done with a nice round of applause.
We're on the last class of Division II, which is Class 10. The weight range is 269 to 270. The participants are Avery Hyder, Kelby Jensen, Emma Nelson, Dylan Stewart, Macy Coombs, Caleb Hyder, Bailey Hershey, Georgia Mattinson, Savannah Scott, Jaden Stocking, Cooper Thompson, Emma Thurgood, Stetson Westmoreland. Again, we'd like to thank our 4-H ambassadors for helping us out, passing out ribbons, and for all of the people running the boards and bringing them down the chutes. Thank you so much. We have a great bunch of people that are always willing to volunteer, and we appreciate their help. There was some money found on the north end of the arena here by the bleachers. If you can identify the amount, or if you've lost the money, please come and get it.
Well, again, as we wrap up Division II, like we talked about, I think we start creeping up in weight. We're starting to bring some that are ready. They're at their end point. We fed them for the county fair, and now let's just go see how good we are and how good we are at feeding them. I think it's close out here between the young ladies and the young mans. For me, I think one of them's just a little shorter back. He's a little fresher bodied. He's just a notch better looking. Every now and then he wants to put his head in the dirt and kind of act like a pig. But I think other than that, I like that one a great deal. Congratulate that young lady. She's got the class winner. I'll tell you right now, if we're nitpicky on a nice barra that the young lady's got, I got to stouten his jaw up. I got to stouten his front feet up. I got to see that one more manly when we're going to be 265 pounds just to go ahead and say, hey, this one wins. Let's not discuss it. I love that one's freshness to his body. I like that one's shortness of back, and I like that one's length of hip. I think that helps him proportion really well. Now, young man, I'll tell you, first off, your hair is awesome. I just want to get that to you right now. That one's big and stout in his forearm and reads really good through his skull. I love this one's shape up high, his horsepower going away. Buddy, that one is on the edge when he goes right away from you, okay? He is on the edge, all right? So that makes me question just a little bit in where he's just setting them today. I want to just freshen the center portion of his body up. I want to open his rib cage up just a little bit. But a nice hog, stoutness, shapely, has a nice look, shorten his back, level his hip. We're rocking and rolling. He's in 2. The young lady, or the young man in 3 over there. I like this one's balance right there from the side. That gilt's not one to cooperate at all. That one just wants to just go to the fence and let's just leave. She's tired of it, but let's talk about that one. That one's good looking from the side, balanced, real shapely for me. Not stout enough at his jaw, not stout enough in terms of her bone work. I got to see that one just have more horsepower from behind. I like that one's build. Tweak her rear hind leg ever so slightly. Young man in 4 that comes out. I'll be honest with you, young man, we kicked the gate open. I missed you when we just get started, and that's my fault. I just lackadaisical there. That's on me. You should have got a pin earlier on. Nothing fundamentally wrong with that one. I like that one skeleton, guys. That one picks them up, sets them down where they're supposed to be. That one's built really cool from the side in terms of attractiveness. You just get right on top of that one and study out of the back side of that one's blade. There ain't enough true shape to run with the head of him. He just wants to funnel and flatten to the base of his body ever so slightly. A nice hog in 4, though. The 1 in 5 that comes out, oh my gosh, that one's wide. That one is bold and just dense and just powerful with that. He's just pushing a little extra cover down there in his elbow pocket and his knee. He just wants to toss him outside his footwork just a little bit when he goes right away. I like his look. I think it's interesting. That thing is slick-jawed, but behind it, he's kind of full. He's kind of just got a little maturity to him. He's losing his gland just a little bit and wants to take away from his look. If we lengthen his hip, pick his tail set up, I think we got nice parts and pieces. Let's make him more athletic, young lady, but a nice job. The 1 in 6 is probably the more athletic one within pair. He just gets out and goes pretty good out here. For me, he just becomes closer to average in the way he's put together. I think that one closes too much to his chest and his rib cage. He narrows to his pin set. He's not nearly as bulky and bold as the ones that go ahead of him. A nice bear to be in 6 on down the line. I think we got some nice ones. A real shapely 1 in 7 just needs a better hind leg. A real nice 1 in 8 just needs to be just a little fresher bodied. A good class. My compliments. We'll get you a division champion here in a second.
Okay, the ones that are coming back for Star Choice are Kennedy Call, Reed Henry, Tyler Boone, McCall Cook, Riker Kendrick, Chloe Stokes, Ari Smith, Oakley Maxfield, McKenna Ward, Lincoln Davis, J.C. Larkin, Brooke Mizrazi, Georgia Mattinson, Stetson Westmoreland.
I don't need that anymore.
Hey, could we get somebody on the north end of the barn to open the big door so we can get some ventilation going down here? Todd?
Oh man, what a division. I think there's loads of quality. Like that class we talk about that goes 6 deep. Thought that was lots of fun to sort through. We got some ones that just kind of separate themselves to win classes out here. I think all of them read with lots of quality. I hope ringside, I think a true testament of a judge that whether you think he's good, bad, or average, is he easy to follow? Does he pick the same thing? If he has the numbers, does he keep a certain pace and use the same type of animals? Around ringside, I think they're all built pretty good, guys. They're all good, and they're all get out of their knee, and they get out and go. I think they're comfortable. After that, let's put as much bells and whistles and extras that you can ever dream of on one. I think a guy named Mark Hogue, he's the judging coach at Western Illinois. He always said, I want him to float like a Kenyan marathon runner and be beastly and wide like a gorilla. I think there's two of them out here that are both of those things. One of them's just a little stouter about his mug. One of them's a little stouter about his front foot. And I think this one's a really unique critter. I'll put the microphone down. I'll take one last look, and we'll go congratulate your champion in reserve in this particular division. I think two awfully nice show pigs that will be very competitive on down the road. Let's give them one last round of applause. Division 2 has been awesome. we dropped that reserve in, and I don't know if y'all remember that class, but I think I can detail it back to you if you want me to. The one that was second, just as stout, wide, and bulky. Does he just move as free as we'd like him to? Probably not, but it's hard when you got that much muscle. For me, I think there's one that moves just a little bit better. He's not near as stout or as near as wide. I'll set the microphone down. I'll get you a reserve and a third overall in this particular division. I think these two are really close. I really like the one that wins. Let's give him one last round of applause. I'll shake the hand.
The grand champion for Division II was Riker Kendrick. The reserve champion was Georgia Mattinson.
Lincoln Financial specializes in estate, investment, and retirement planning, as well as business benefits. At Lincoln, they are totally impartial, comb through different options to create financial products a person needs. Lincoln Financial, big city service, small town care.
Brenna D. Marble, Taylor Olson, Jake Rasmussen, Kinley Walker, Davis Nelson, Jensen Nelson.
much. Well.
Well, a good class right here, and I don't know, like we've said a couple other classes, I don't know if there's one that comes through the gate, sticks his head up and says, hey, I'm supposed to win, and then let's just move on after that. It's interesting to go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I think you can justify some things. For me, I think the young man over there with the black bear, that's the one that needs to win this particular class. I really like this one in terms of his freshness to his skin, his freshness to his body. I like this one, shape up high and just expression. Now, he's just a nickel tight the way his center spine's laid into him. He's a nickel rigid the way he goes to the ground on his rear pasterns. He just doesn't want to pick his head up and travel for the young man. The totals say that's the one we need to win. The one in second, he almost caught a gate when he came through. I like that one, just chest width, his body, just the way it sits in him. He's massively muscled. He's just not really he's not really shapely. He's a little more plainer in his muscle. His hind legs a little bit closer to average. Thought that one's just a fresher bodied, better market hog there in two. The one in three that the young lady's got, I think this is a nice one as well. This one almost catches a pull when he comes through. I love this one's build and uniqueness from the side, the way his blade and knee all sit in him. That's a fresh centered, good looking one. But for me, when you just sit there and study the base of that one's skeleton, he's a little bit in his knee, he's a little flatter in his forerib shape, comes back and doesn't widen to a broad pin set. He actually closes to a narrow pin set. He wants to pull the point of his hock in ever so slightly. My qualm with him is just how genuine is the base of that one's skeleton. skeleton. He drives third in this particular class for me. The 1 and 4 comes out. I like this one. I think this one's got true skeletal width down low. He's got a great, good, big rib cage in that guy. For me, I need him to catch another gear out here out of his hip and hind leg. That just gets shorter and steeper in his hip construction. A nice set to his hock if you just study that, but he never really wants to flex it. He never wants to just pick him up and set him down the way I need him to work him up any higher. The 1 and 5, this is the different one of the top 5. If you can run this one all the way to second, or you could run him all the way to ninth, and that's the difference. You add those together, that's 5 in my opinion. A tall fronted, real shapely, extended one. He just is a staler bodied one that's a little frailer in the way he's put together, just a little uncoordinated out of his hip and hind leg. 1 and 6, bulky, dense and wide, just a little plain back, a little up in his chine. I got to lay that one's chine bone deeper into his body. I got to crisp him up in his shape. On down the line, I thought we had some nice pigs. Got a big shapely one right here. Got a good looking one right here that needs more muscle. Close calls all the way through. If you see some things that are just different than I am, that's okay. I thought it was close all the way through. Some tough calls. Let's give these kiddos a nice round of applause.
This is class 12. Weight range is 273 to 276. The participants are Gabriana Rhodes, Charlie Ward, Hunter Christensen, Addison Smoot, Axton Thompson, Shelby Ward, Kylie Detweiler, Amy Morgan, Isaac Cook, Sophie Walker, Helaman Nelson, Lainey Norman, Tristan Olson, Tyke Thompson, Janine Webb. Hey, just for everybody's information, we're running a little bit late with the pig show. The beef are right after us. We've delayed the beef until around noon. We just want everybody to know so that nobody gets excited that the pigs aren't out yet. We have approved that through the directors, and we just want to make sure that everybody is aware of that, so you're not watching here looking at pigs thinking they should be beef. Again, we appreciate Preston for coming and judging, and we appreciate his efforts in doing such a good job for us. Thank you.
Well, a tough trio, and I think there's some give and take, and you got to decide where you want to be and how you want to go about the day and where you want to stick to. We stick to skeletal build and just look and balance most of the day. I elected to use that one again. I think this one just, when that one throws her head up, there's lots of things we can appreciate. I love that one's height to shoulder, yet that one's rock back in her blade and her knee. It allows her just to flex and go with just so much comfort. Now, I'll tell you right now, that one needs to be stouter jawed and a bigger forearm, and she probably couldn't be a notch bolder just right behind her blade. But I like that one's build. I like that one's skeleton. I can live with that one's just look and balance. Over a couple of them, I'm going to have to put some pieces together. Now, if you're telling me we're talking about the widest constructed, boldest bodied, heaviest muscle one, unquestionably the kind of the shiny one the young lady's got. He moves around the ring pretty athletic, as we can see. He just wants to get out and go. But for me, I think he just gets a little crestier at the top side of his neck. He just kind of wants to, just when he's not just running, he wants to just get a little wide walking right when he goes away from you. I love this one's just stoutness and burliness. Man, if I could put that burliness and that stoutness on that good-looking gilt that wins, we're talking about something special. We're talking about something let's all everywhere and try to win stock shows. But for me, that one's just a little wide walking, just a little plain necked. Just needs to be just a little more comfortable out here. The 1 and 3rd is another one that's really good looking. This one's probably got as much fresh shape out of the backside of that one's blade as any of them out here. We work that one too, is her loin. She gets a little wrinkly. She's a little long bodied. It's really hard to put those parts and pieces together when your spine's that long and your hip just gets a little shorter. We just fall apart when we're in motion, young man. I think you and your family do a really nice job just getting this one presented. You do a really good job showing. She just disconnects a little too much for me, and her top line has a little much extra set to her hip and hind leg. Not as attractive in motion. The 1 and 4 comes out. I like this one really good. This young man does a nice job. We got to fire this one up, young man, and make him go, because I like this one's build. I like his balance. I think he's got a great knee set in him. I think he's got a good hip and hind leg in him. But for me, I just want to see his chine laid down deeper between a bigger and bolder set of blades. I want to open his pin bone open, and I want to yank his body open just a little bit. I like the build and balance. Different story about the 1 and 5. He's probably the wider constructed, bolder one to the center portion of his body. He is the heavier muscled one, if you're calling that a pair, but I think he gets just a nickel tight. The way his hock's built, the way his pastern's built, he gets a little uneven in his back rear toe, and that makes him just get a little awkward when he goes to the ground. He wants to shuffle him just a little bit, like he's doing just kind of right there, but a nice bear, or a nice animal in terms of just shape and width. The one that comes out in 6, I like this one's just build and function to that one's skeleton. Yeah, I know he's a little plain out of the backside of his blade. He becomes a little base narrow when you study him down below. He's maybe just a little chuffy right behind his blade and right at his cheekbone, but I'm okay with that. I like that one's build. The ones in 7 and 8 probably have more muscle, but I think they're both just too nickel long bodied. They're too just disconnecting. When you put them in motion, they just don't piece together right for me. I like the one in 8 shape and just his muscle. I just thought he got a little tight out here. Nice class all the way through. Let's give these youngsters a nice round of applause as we keep moving around the day.
This is class 13. Weight range is 277 to 279. The participants are Jason Lee, Tess Lee Olson, J.C. Rasmussen, Brody Ray, Porter Frankham, Mayor Lee Grand, Adeline Nelson, Carter Nelson, Addison Podolowski, Dawson Scott, Reagan Williams, Max Davis, Ali Williams.
the frick?
No, there's 3 more crosses. 3 more crosses, and then he's going to do the division champ. Once they get the division champ, they're going to bring all the division champs into the arena, and they're going to pick the grand champ.
Okay, then that's when the pig show is all done.
Yep, it's done. So long, huh?
That's why I don't really
Look at this guy's perfect form.
that pig's pretty good. It's like
Yeah.
hat, shirt, mask.
Well, a class here that kind of comes together pretty quickly in my eyes. I think there's 2 that have muscle and wit. There's one that's a notch better looking. There's a tricky, cool blue butt that's going to walk, that's driving third today. For me, the young man on the far fence down there with the spotted up backed one, I think that one needs to win. I think that one's got some good pieces. He's opened up underneath. That one's got a good body shape. He's big and wide pinned. He's plenty heavy muscled. I think that one still motors at a pretty good speed out here. He still balances pretty good. If we're getting nitpicky, he's a little crestier at the top side of his neck. I want to lay his chine bone in him and just freshen his shape up. But a nice hog the young man does a good job with. He's going to win this particular class. The one in second's probably as big-chested. He's as dense to the center body of that one. He's big and powerful. He's probably got more true shape up high. And then the one that wins, I just get a little nickel read on this one. When that one goes right away from you, he just doesn't want to reach and just go out of his rear skeleton as I deem ideal. He's a little shorter and rounder the way his hips design's built into him. I think that's a nice one in terms of width and power. The one in 3 is the different one. He's just real different out here. He kind of floats and just gets a little different the way he's put together. That one's the tallest fronted. That one's the most extended ahead of his blade. I like that one's hip and hind leg superior to the rest of them. for me. Is that one just have enough horsepower down low? Man, I don't know. If that one has enough pin width, I don't know. I think it's close. I think he's got enough shape. I just question width and pride of that one's skeleton and stoutness of that one's feature, his jaw and his forearm. I'll set him in third, and we'll talk about his build because I don't think he has enough horsepower. The 1 and 4, same can be said. I think this one's a cool looking one. I think this one's sound and comfortable, flexible as any on his feet and legs. For me, you study that one when he comes through the gate. There's not enough chest width. There's not enough stoutness to that one's forearm, and just rolls his top line. Just get a little roller coaster when he just gets in motion. The 1 and 5, we've seen quite a few pigs that kind of mirror this one all day. They kind of land in that 4 or 5 spot. Fresh-bodied, massive one, just not in the same league as him from the side. Little tweak his hind leg, wants to push his hock ever so slightly outside the framework of his body. Berkshire Barra that comes 6 is massive, fresh-bodied, super pliable. For me, I just study him up high. He's bigger up high than he is down low. Hits me just a little funny. Like to freshen that guy up at the top side of his blade and out of his neck. Just tweak his rear wheels just a little bit. 1 and 7's powerful, wide, and bold. Just a little interesting. I think he gets a little down on his ears and just not in the same league from the side as the ones that go ahead of him. But if you want to put him 6th or 5th and just brag on his muscle and width, I wouldn't argue. For me, I want to tweak his rear ankle just a little bit. On down the line, I think we have nice hogs just run into a really good class. My compliments to the exhibitors on a job well done around ringside. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
All 5 of them. And then bring all of the first place out. Okay. And then he'll know where
second. Yep.
We good? This is class 14. The weight range is 280 to 283. The participants are Aspen Sorensen, Cambry Anderson, Rachel Nelson, Dallin Standard, Ellie Thurgood, Tanner Nyman, Aspen Frankham, Riker Elison, Dylan Lee, Benson Lund, Quade Murray, Buck Nelson, Jerem Nelson, Aiden Rasmussen.
a good class and a kind of just a class comment all the way through. I think we're at 280 pounds. That's big. That's big, and they got big quickly. I think out here, I think a couple of them are just getting a little past their prime in the way they're put together. I'll tell you, the one I elected to use to win the class, I'd like to see him 30 days ago, maybe 45 days ago, kind of as a middleweight. I think that one will get kind of fun because you study that one. I think for one that's right now, I think he's still plenty just true at his corners. I think that one's got a ton of just rib shape to him. They've rolled his back up in him really good. That one's got plenty of power. For me, he doesn't look like a heavyweight. That one's just not, maturity pattern isn't built to be a heavyweight. That one's just a little shorter snouted. He's a little shorter cannon in his bone. He doesn't just want to just flow and go out here, but and at the same time, I don't get to make that call. I got to judge him what he is right now. I think he's the widest. I think he's the truest in his shape. I think he's the boldest, and I think he needs to win. The one in second's probably the real different one. This is the one that probably it looks like a heavyweight show pig. He's up off the ground. That's a good, tall-shouldered one. That's true in his body. He's shapely going away. When you just study him out of the backside of his blade, he's not manly enough, guys. He's not manly enough out of his blade and over his loin edge. That one just needs to just be blown apart and just uncorked and just make him wider. Think we can do that with a feed bucket. Today he's just not ready. The one in third, a nickel past his prime as well. He's a little chuffy about his neck and his bottom line. We're starting to lose our gland just a little bit. A nice balance bear. Another one that he kind of hits me as a 265 type of hog, not a 283 type of pig, but that's just me. I think that one just a little plainer in his shape out here. I got to just smoke him in and just freshen him up in his shape. He wants to get his hind leg up underneath him just a little too much. He needs to have bigger paws down low to support that much mass up high. The one that comes next, another one that just gets a little squishy in terms of his pasterns. He loses his gland just a little bit. We got his shape rolled up into him, but you watch the guy come and go. His front legs just get a little narrow down low. He gets just a little wobbly out of his hind leg. He's not as just crisp in his shape when you compare him to the bub. Talk about a different one here in 5. You get different looks. We can roll with this one and put him second. We can just hammer on him and move him down just a little bit. But I think this one's got lots of good things. He is the truest in his shape. He is the most crisp in his shape. You can squirt water in that one's back and let him walk around and he'll never drop anything. That thing is true in his shape. He's a good show pig with his head up. He falls apart with his head down. He's a nickel long bodied. Wants to disconnect right behind his blade, pull his hind leg up underneath him. He just doesn't fit together like I'd want her to just from the side. He lands in 5. The one in 6, I like this young man. I think this one's a nice hog. He's fresher to the center portion of his body than the one that goes ahead of him. He's probably just a little past his prime as well in terms of just losing his gland ever so slightly. Gets a little plainer in his shape. I'd like to get him a little shorter out of his hip and his rump out here. Just gets a little quicker in his step. The Duroc pig, I think this one's cool, guys. We hadn't talked him 7 deep in a long time. I think this Duroc bear is pretty nifty from the side. Young man's got, that's one, a tall fronted, big pawed one that's really cool from the side. You just get right behind him. Man, I just didn't think there was enough. We want to move him up for his look and his balance and his structure, but he doesn't have the horsepower to allow us to do it and be confident in it. On down the line, I think we got some nice ones, but just fighting some maturity and fighting some freshness to the shape out here. Let's give these kiddos a nice round of applause as they head back to the barns.
Whether you are purchasing a car, buying a home, managing an investment property, starting a small business, or leaving behind a legacy, American Family Insurance will help you protect your dream. Golden Spike Power Sports has served Box Elder County since 1947 in ag and power sports. Golden Spike carries Polaris and Honda brands, but services all brands. They strive to maintain high-quality customer service in all departments. Stop by today.
Lincoln Financial specializes in estate, investment, and retirement planning, as well as business benefits. At Lincoln, they are totally impartial, comb through different options to create financial products that a person needs. Lincoln Financial, big city service, small town care.
This is the last class of Division III, Class 15. The participants are Charlie Davis, Daxton Elison, Cameron Hill, Chase McDermott, Madison Davis, Jace Lemons, Addison Nelson, Cash Henry, Jensen Murray, Maylee Norman. Weight range is 284 to 290.
two different types come to the top in the last class of the day, and I think that follows where we've been all day. Just two different types that we got to weigh totals and figure out which one hits me harder. I'll tell you the differences that I see. Mid-rib forward, I like one of them a great deal. Mid-rib back, I like the other one a great deal. So that's interesting. Let's take half of them and let's mix together a cool market hog. But for me, I think we study them and call this a true endpoint. I think there's one with just more muscle. Young lady right here needs to win. Like we talked about, mid-rib back, that one's just more manly. Even though she's a female, she's just more dense. She's more opened up in terms of her rib shape. She's got a big, croofed up back working in her. She's ginormous out of her pin set. Now for me, I'll tell you, she's a little long-bodied. She's a little low-fronted. She sits in her chine bone just a little too high. Her head, ooh, I don't know. A mother might love that one, but I would be scared. But that head, it's kind of scary looking. Like she looks at you, she might want to hurt you. The Halloween mark bear or the Halloween mark gilt that comes second. I love this one's flexibility. I think that one can go all day. That one's structure's cool. He's sound. He's comfortable. He's a massive bearer. Or a massive gilt. If you study that one as an individual, you never question how much muscle that one has. You go comparative and you got to ask yourself, does that one's blade just open enough? I don't think so. Does that one's pin bone open enough? Man, I don't think so. You just got to ask yourself, is there enough pry? Front 1/3 of that one's really good. Tall fronted, great set to that one's knee. That one travels really well. He drives second in this particular class. Red Hog that comes third. I like this one. You drive third, buddy, not because you're the third heaviest muscled, probably because you're the second best built. This one's really good in terms of his feet and legs. I love his basic build and his structure. His front knee goes the right way. All four corners step in the right holes. Does he have enough muscle? I didn't think so. He drives third because he planes out to the top side of his blade. He closes to his pin bone. That one's not just woofy enough down low when you compare him to the two that go ahead. The 1 in 4 comes right out for the young man. I like this one a great deal in terms of his true shape right out of the back side of his blade. If you want to put this one forth and say he's the second heaviest muscle one in class, I wouldn't argue that. I just think that one just steps a little too far outside his framework of his body, going right away from you. He's a little frailer about his skull and his forearm. I didn't read that one as stout and bulky about the center portion of his body as well. The 1 in 5 comes right next. I think a long-bodied, good balance one that the young man and his family have done a really nice job with. For me, I thought that guy just got a little general in his hind leg construction. I'd like to upgrade him in terms of his shape and just his width throughout, but a nice bearer in 5 with compliments to him. Young lady that concludes the top 6 has got another shapely one. I want to tweak that one's ear sets and his head and his skull shape, make that one just a notch more comfortable when he's in motion, but he's got a big shapely back and he's a high cut ability one. That's what lands that one in 6 for me. Great class. I'm excited to get all the class winners back out here. Let's give these kids a nice round of applause as they head back.
The class winners that are coming back for Division III championship is Jet Henry, Davis Nelson, Emmy Morgan, Charlie Ward, Porter Frankham, Jason Lee, Cambry Anderson, Ellie Thurgood, Madison Davis, Chase McDermott.
a nice heavyweight division we got out here. I think as we start creeping up in weights, like we talked in class, I think it's really hard to keep a big one fresh, a big one right, and a big one right in his shape. And I think all these class winners have done a really nice job. That's a compliment to them and their families and the guys getting them ready. I think for champion out here, there's one that's just pretty hard to knock a major hole in. I wish he was a little bit fresher today, but I think after that, when he throws his head up and kicks it in high gear, there's lots of things we can really appreciate about that one. Let's congratulate this young man. He's got your champion heavyweight. We dropped the second place in out of that particular class. Young man with the cowboy hat. That one's wide, bold, and really just massively muscled. Is he as cool as what I think the second best one is, and the way that one's built and his upper just skeleton? Probably not. I think there's one that pushes that one to win. Maybe he's not as wide and bold, but I think this one is really, really good. Congratulate this young lady with the gilt. She's got your reserve in this division. We dropped the second place in, and remember him, he was the one that could spin on a dime and turn quick, and he's big, wide, and bold. We like those things about him. There's another one out here that I think's pretty darn good for his weight. I think if he was just maybe 265, 270, we think this one can push to maybe win the stock show. Congratulate this young lady. She's got your third overall in this division.
Okay, the division winners were Wiley Bourne, Riker Kendrick, Porter Frankham. And these will be the ones that the judge uses to get grand, and then we'll bring the second place in out of the grand champion one. Okay, we'd like to congratulate the display for Hog Heaven. They have won our display award this year. So if the representatives of that group could stop by, we'll give you the plaque that goes with that. But again, congratulations, Hog Heaven.
Well, man, what a fun pig show. I think some of the classes, I think we had some breaks that just went a little different in terms of maybe not the depth of quality. And in some classes, we fill 7 pins or 8 pins deep that are all very good one. I think that's the fun part of the county show, and just kind of sometimes the frustrating part as a judge, because you get in a rhythm, and then you just kind of have to go back down and just kind of use the ones that you can just handle. I think all these out here that they represent their particular divisions are awfully good. I think as a whole, I think I don't know if we've never run the gate system like this. So that's just kind of the way I enjoy it. That gives me a really initial impression of where we're at. I challenge you when you get home and you're thinking about next year and when you're preparing for the future, I'll challenge you to this. We spend a lot of time with it down there in the South. When those pigs are in those pens, you put their nose in the corner of that pen, so when that gate swings, the first thing they see is open ring. They put their head up, they throw it back. You give them one time and let's go. So you got to set yourself apart. When you enter a show ring, it is time to get it on, and it is pedal to the metal as fast as we can get there. There's some expert showmen that do that really well. We've already talked about them the other night. Let's talk about the quality, the market hogs. We'll detail the 3 out here just a little bit. I'll tell you the differences that I see. Young ladies, lightweight, man, you talk about a burly one. All kinds of burliness to that one's portion of his rib. That one is ginormous hipped. He's big, stout mugged. He's got a great big forearm. When he throws his head down, his hip just unlevels just a little bit. His pin bone's built just a little bit low. But man, when he throws it up and kicks it in high gear, he can flatten motor with the best of them. Young man's middleweight. We talked, he wins the most competitive middleweight drive. I like that one a great deal. Is he just the tallest fronted creature I've ever seen? I'm not telling you he is. That one balances so well from the side. He's so square where he sets his hind leg down. If I could just crisp him up in terms of just his neck and his jawline just a little bit, I think we can take that one and go play wherever we want to. Nice show bearer the young man's got. The young man's heavyweight, another one. It get different views of this one. He throws his head up. We're like, oh man, let's talk about how he can play. He sets his head down. It's a little different in the way he just assembles his top line. I like him when he throws his head up. When he throws his head down, he just wants to just ouch in his chine bone just a little bit. He just doesn't want to kick it in high gear. For me, I think there's one that hits me pretty close to a T. I'd be excited to take him on down the road. I wish all of you hog exhibitors the best of luck as you continue to go this show season. I don't know if you're going to State Fair or what we're doing, but thought it was a lot of fun. Let's give all the guys, the committee members, the board guys, a nice round of applause. It was certainly fun to work with them. They do an awesome job. Kiddos, I don't care if you were the supreme champion or you went last in your class and you don't like the show judge. That's perfectly fine. I'll be all right with it. Don't worry about it. You need to thank your ag teachers, thank your county extension agents, thank their family, because, guys, some of us spend lots of time behind the wheel or behind the windshield of a pickup or a car trying to find these things and put them together and get them in your hands. It means more a thank you to us than winning a stock show, because we're making better people. We're exhibiting livestock. That's what we love to do. So just make sure you say thank you, because I'll be honest, them bags of feed are real expensive, and it's real expensive to run up and down the road and find those things. One last time, let's give them a round of applause. I'll give you a champion in reserve.
Georgia Mattinson is the one that just come out of the pens.
We dropped the reserve in, and like we talked about in that division, he mirrors the winner in terms of his structure and his build and just his look. He's not nearly as stout and wide, but I think he's the second best one. That young lady is very good with a stick. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
The grand is Riker Kendrick. The reserve is Georgia Mattinson. Hey, thanks again for coming to the pig show. Can you give the judge another round of applause for the great job that he's done?
Hey everybody, if I could have your attention for a second. We just tried to bring an ambulance in here, and we've got a whole lot of vehicles parked in our emergency access only areas. I've got a white Chevy Cruze, 3 Foxtrot, 0 F9, white Ford Explorer, it must be white car today, V63, 6 BV, white Mercury Mountaineer, E70187, white Mazda truck, D34 10K, white Power Stroke, W157YN, black Dodge Journey, V36, 9KV, Buick Enclave, 28A5RE, a maroon Ford pickup truck, F32 2EJ, a white Ford box truck, Idaho plate, KX5450. These are our emergency access for the fairgrounds so we can keep everybody safe. We barely got an ambulance in here over to the pig barn just a minute ago because all of our accesses are blocked. So if these are your vehicles, please move them for everybody's safety. Thank you.